先がかぐやに続いています。かぐやの成果も受け継ぎ、新たに開発された次世代の着陸技術で月への着陸探査を行うのがスリムプロジェクトです。国際的な月探査であるアルテミス計画に先行して、月探査の新しい未来を切り開くことが期待されています。
スリムではまだ世界で誰も実現したことがない100メーターという高い正確さで狙ったところに降りるための技術の開発をしてきています。これができるようになると、例えばあのクレーターの隣にあるこの岩石の観察をしたいといったような科学者たちの声にも応えることができるようになります。傾斜地に降りるための技術と合わせて、降りられるところに降りるのではなく、降りたいところに降りるということをこれから実現できるようになるというふうに考えています。
スリムが着陸するのは三木の海の近くにあるクレーターしおりです。スリムで採用されたのが斜面でも着陸できる2段階着陸方式。姿勢を傾けながら最初に1本の主脚を設置、その後斜面に倒れ込むようにして残りの足を設置させ着陸するのが特徴です。
カメラが載っているんですけれども、これで月のクレーターを撮影して瞬時に今月の上のどこにいるのかというのを割り出して、次の目標地点に素早く修正して飛んでいくと、そういうようなことをスリムが自身で考えてやるというのが非常に重要な技術でして、この部分には注目していただきたいなというふうに思います。
スリムが月に着陸する際には降りてくる向きや角度にもよるんですが、最大で2トン近くの荷重がスリムに加わります。加えられてもスリム全体が壊れないような設計をするのが一番苦労した点です。
マルチバンド分光カメラなんですけれども、スリムの本体と同様に小さなもので作らなきゃいけないですし、軽くなければいけないというたくさんの制約があったので、それを達成するために観測機器のチームでですね、すごく知恵を絞っていろいろな新しい技術を取り入れて挑戦的なカメラになっています。
スリムが切り開くピンポイント着陸をはじめとする技術は今後どのような形で花開いていくのでしょうか。
ここでやられます技術は将来の月探査におきましても大変重要な技術様式であります。でこれをさらに応用いたしまして日本から続々と探査機を月表面に送り込みたいと考えております。具体的には月極域探査ルペックスローバーであるとか、宇宙飛行士を活動させるための有人与圧ローバーといったものが計画されております。月に進出するのみならず火星探査におきましてこの技術は応用される見込みになってございます。ここで新しい技術を獲得することによってますます日本は自由自在に宇宙で活動することができることになろうと考えているものです。これからも JAXA 宇宙科学研究所は挑戦をし続けます。
We will now discuss more about the moon landing with SLIM with our guests on this broadcast. Our first guest is from the SLIM project team, Mori Osamu, in the Department of Interdisciplinary Space Science here at ISIS JAXA. Mori-san is going to start by giving us an overview of the SLIM mission.
はい、それでは森さんには、スリムの概要であるとか、それから打ち上げからここまでの経緯について、解説をしていただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。はい。
We're going to share some slides. Here we go. So, from an era of landing where we can, we're going to move with SLIM to an era of landing where we want. So the SLIM mission has two main objectives. Objective A is a technology demonstration of a high-precision pinpoint landing on the moon. With a soft landing by SLIM, Japan will be the 5th country to land on the moon after the Soviet Union, USA, China and India. But the landing precision will be the highest in the world. So conventional lunar landers actually have a landing accuracy of several to tens kilometers, whereas SLIM is aiming for a landing accuracy of only about 100 meters. And this technology is necessary for the era of full-scale lunar surface exploration activities where we want to control very precisely where we're going. The second objective, Objective B of the SLIM mission, is the realization of a lightweight lunar planetary probe system. So SLIM includes innovative weight reduction through improvements to the spacecraft structure, chemical propulsion system, power supply and orbit. And this will lead the development of a lightweight lunar probe will lead to the ability to have an increased payload for missions, such as, for example, sample return missions from the Earth or to Mars, or really anywhere else, because you have more of that weight available for instruments. So from here we're going to look a little bit more at the SLIM's configuration and some of the components that allowed it to be such a lightweight spacecraft. So here we have the SLIM configuration itself. The mass of SLIM is 190 kilograms when it's in what we call a dry condition, that is, there's no fuel. And it's 710 kilograms when it's wet, so this is at launch when it's fully fueled. And you can see the features of SLIM's design in these images, such as, for example, the thin film solar cells that stretch across the body of SLIM, and the navigation cameras that, as we'll see a bit later, are a key component to SLIM's Pinpoint landing mechanism. You can also spot the 2 main thrusters of the main engine and the smaller auxiliary thrusters, of which there's 12 around the outside, and SLIM's feet on the right here, which are the small shock-absorbing meshes. So here we have a bit more of SLIM's structural design. Top to bottom here in Japanese is written the PAF rings, which couple to the rocket. After that there's the tank, which is also used as a structural base of the spacecraft. Below that there's the deck panels with the landing sensors mounted on them. Below that again there's the RCS panel, which has the thrusters. Then we have the electrical equipment box and the instrument box with the scientific observation camera. So one of the innovative things here is actually SLIM's tank, because it's this integrated dual oxidizer tank that reduces weight, and then the cylindrical tank itself forms the structural base of the spacecraft, which also significantly contributes to an overall mass reduction of that spacecraft. Now the bottom part of the slide shows the attitude of SLIM during landing. From about 50 meters above the surface, SLIM will rotate to a vertical position and start to descend. But just before landing, SLIM will lean forward so that its lean forward so its rearmost leg touches the surface first. Then the spacecraft tips forward onto its front 2 legs before stabilizing into this horizontal position. And in the bottom right here we have the mascot SLIM Moon, which you'll often see on our Twitter feed, slim_JAXA. And now we're going to turn to the design actually of the SLIM tank, the chemical propulsion system. Now, as I previously mentioned, this is an integrated fuel and oxidizer tank, which is designed to reduce the spacecraft weight. If you look at that sketch in the top middle of the slide, you actually have the oxidizer in the blue part at the top. The propellant fuel is in the bottom, and there's helium gas in between. And a lightweight diaphragm separates out these sections, and this is newly developed. It's made of PTFE, which I believe stands for polytetrafluoroethylene, and it's part of the new development for SLIM. So the main engine is actually seen at the bottom left of the slide, and it uses a ceramic combustion chamber that was actually developed here in Japan. And it's designed to use an impressive combination of a wide thrust range and pulse operation. It's not been found anywhere else so far. The high performance also helps the overall mass reduction of the propulsion system. And then on the bottom right, we have the auxiliary thrusters, which have a thrust of about 20 newtons. This is a 12-unit configuration. And by making a different pattern of thrusters fire at different times, you actually control the spacecraft attitude, orbit maneuver, and precise landing. Now we're taking a look at the power supply of the spacecraft. So at the top here we have the solar batteries. These are thin-filmed triple-junction solar cell sheets. They're lightweight, they're flexible, and they're highly efficient on curved surfaces such as the SLIM tank. Below that we have the batteries, the lithium-ion battery. The outer casing is made of stainless steel. There's two sets of these cells that are bound by carbon fibre reinforced plastic CFRP plates, and these are designed to stand vibration and impact during launch, as well as charging and discharging in a vacuum environment. And then right at the bottom we have the integrated power control unit. This handles functions like solar power generation, the power distribution, heater control, battery charge and discharge, and thruster valve operation. So this is actually SLIM's orbit, which performed what we actually call a swing-by orbit, which means it reached the moon. It launched in September, and we actually reached the moon as early as October, at the beginning of that month. But rather than stopping there, we actually swung outwards, and this is the idea behind the swing-by orbit, going to a rather staggering distance of about 1.38 million kilometers from the Earth, before turning back and returning to the moon, where we intercepted again and went into orbit on Christmas Day. There SLIM goes, and there's the swing by. And then we started going back towards the moon on the 6th of November before going into lunar orbit. So the advantage of this swing-by orbit is rather counterintuitively, it saves a lot of fuel, because while it's a very long distance, when you reach these very far distances from the Earth and Moon, you can actually use the gravity of the Sun, Moon and Earth to bring you back towards the Moon without exerting a lot of thruster fuel. So it's long, but it's efficient. Now once we entered into orbit on Christmas Day, we started to change the orbit to become more circular. SLIM entered originally an elliptical orbit, and then passing between 4,000 kilometers and 600 kilometers from the lunar surface, and then it became more circular and has gradually been lowering since then. So let's look at the demonstration of the technology needed for high precision landing, this pinpoint landing on the moon. So how does SLIM actually do this very accurate landing? Oh, we've gone back to look at the spacecraft design again, and in particular these solar panels, which are flexible and fold around the fuel tank as opposed to being the flat wings that you normally see with conventional spacecraft. This is very efficient for space, among other things.
This is because SLIM will be landing in the morning, and it needs more sunlight, so it has to be tilted.
Okay, now we are going to go and look at the technology for the high precision landing, and in particular this pinpoint landing technique. This is the mission movie for SLIM. We're going to do a run through from the launch through to arriving at the moon. So this is a spacecraft separation. And then the first step is both an Earth swing-by, where we use the gravity of the Earth to give us a kick in the right direction. And this is followed by the lunar swing-by that we mentioned earlier, where we actually pass the moon and go out to a much further distance in order to use the gravity of the Earth-Moon-Sun system to pull us back. And now we're observations from lunar orbit. This is part of the vision-based navigation using the onboard cameras. So SLIM's cameras scan the ground beneath it on the lunar surface and identify craters, which helps SLIM know where it is. Now we rotate to a vertical position as we prepare for landing. And SLIM starts scanning the ground again, this time looking for obstacles that would actually be dangerous to the spacecraft should it land directly on them, for example, large boulders. And if it spots a large boulder, it moves horizontally in order to avoid that boulder and to earn open space. And then just before landing, it's going to release the spacecraft's 2 rovers, LEV-1 and LEV-2. And then here is the 2-step landing where we land on that back lead first and then tip forward onto the front landing gear. These are the 2 rovers, LEV-1 and LEV-2. And this is the movement of LEV-1, which is a hop. And this is LEV-2, the little ball rover. We'll talk a little more about that later. It springs open to actually have a wheeled format, so it will be moving along the lunar surface with wheels. And SLIM is also equipped with a near-infrared multi-band camera, and it will take observations from there. So now we look again at this landing sequence. So the spacecraft starts with a powered descent from an altitude of 15 kilometers and approaches the target point on the lunar surface using this image matching navigation, where it's spotting craters with its navigation camera and autonomously then guiding to its correct location. At an altitude of 7 kilometers, the spacecraft will transition to a vertical descent, and precise measurements of the altitude will be taken with the landing radar. And then finally, the 2-step landing with the autonomous obstacle detection that we saw in the movie will be performed before we're safely on the ground. And the maximum, during the power descent phase, the maximum velocity is 1700 meters per second, and that is about 7 times the speed of a passenger aircraft. And this whole thing will take about 20 minutes, which is sometimes known by the team as 20 minutes of terror. So how do you actually know where you are on the lunar surface to do these pinpoint landings? Unfortunately, unlike the Earth, there is no GPS on the moon. GPS devices do not work. So therefore, we need to use other ways to find our location over the lunar surface. Now, conventional landers plot their trajectory from the Earth, and then they use their inertial navigation equipment, such as the accelerometers and the gyrosensors, to work out where they are. And then this allows them to find roughly their target location and land. However, those techniques are not particularly accurate, and little measurement errors add up all the way through to end up as a result with quite a large landing area with these conventional techniques. So in order to improve this, what we do is we add in this image matching scheme, which allows SLIM to have a much better assessment of where it is on that lunar surface by using its navigation cameras to photograph the pattern of craters below it on that lunar surface. So here's the process of that. We capture images with the navigation camera on SLIM, and then an extraction software program is performed to actually identify those craters, which are now circled in blue. And then with that pattern of craters, SLIM compares it with its onboard maps, which it's got from previous orbiter missions such as Kaguya and from NASA's LRO orbiter. And that crater pattern can actually identify very accurately where it is on the surface. And so in addition to its inertial navigation equipment, it has a much better idea of its location, and then it can autonomously correct to find out where it is. Now in Hayabusa and Hayabusa 2, which were the asteroid explorers led by JAXA, actual people perform the image matching operation as opposed to inbuilt software. But SLIM has the issue that it's not landing on an asteroid, rather it's landing on a moon. And while the moon is much smaller than the Earth, its gravity is much greater than that of an asteroid, and you can't have a slow descent. So as a result, you actually need to do this image matching scheme incredibly fast, otherwise the lunar gravity has just pulled you past the point where it's useful. Now the other factor you've got to consider is that space computers only have about 1/100th of the capacity of their terrestrial counterparts due to the very harsh conditions of space. So as a result, the team had to develop this image matching algorithm that required only a few seconds of processor time, otherwise you'd miss your chance, on equipment that was not cutting edge. And there's no redo on a moon landing. Once you start that descent, that is it. You can't just pull up and start again, unlike on an asteroid. So now we have a look at a couple of the other navigation equipments on board SLIM. The top is the navigation camera. These are two units that are actually placed at different orientations so that SLIM can examine the surface both during the para descent phase and during the vertical descent phase when the spacecraft is tilted at a different angle. The middle part here is the landing radar. This is an altitude range sensor to measure the altitude and velocity in the direction of the lunar surface during that vertical descent phase. And finally, we have the laser rangefinder, which is much more accurate, and it's used during that final descent to pinpoint the altitude immediately before landing. So once we get to the point of the landing, we're actually landing on something that should be a 15-degree slope, and that's dangerous. It's very difficult to do. So in order to land safely on a fairly steep incline, we actually have this two-step landing system was adopted. And this was developed after copious amounts of simulations, both computer and practical, to find out what's the safest combination for a spacecraft like SLIM so that it doesn't tip over. And the ultimate result was you land on the back legs and then you rock forward, as we saw in the movie, to a stable position. Now the legs of SLIM themselves are actually these 3D printed semicircular aluminium spheres, and they're designed to compress to absorb the impact of SLIM landing on the surface. This is a very compact design because much larger missions would use legs with joints, but SLIM doesn't have the space for that, so they have these very compact, crunchable 3D aluminium spheres. Now, just before SLIM lands, it's going to release two lunar excursion vehicles, LEV-1 and LEV-2, and these will be a demonstration of small probe movement technology on the lunar surface environment. So LEV-1 is the bigger of the two. It's 2.1 kilograms, 26 by 40 by 30 centimeters, and LEV-2 is the smaller round ball at 0.25 kilograms. And these two will communicate as follows. The LEV-1 will actually talk directly to the Earth, and it will move through this hopping motion where there is an arm that presses forward onto the lunar surface and it causes the rover to jump. And it has an antenna, so it can communicate its pictures and other information back to the Earth. LEV-2 is smaller. It's going to have wheels because it springs apart from its spherical configuration into these two wheeled parts, and it will send its data via LEV-1 back to the Earth. This is a close-up of the movement of LEV-1. It has this punching arm that pushes down to the lunar surface. Because the moon gravity is very weak, this is actually very effective. And the rover should jump forward a fair distance before coming back down to the moon. And this is LEV-2, also known as SORA-Q, and it starts off in a ball configuration, but once it lands, it actually pops forward, and it has these two modes of motion, this kind of crawl, and also a more butterfly-like motion. And so here we are, designing technology from an era of landing where we can to landing where we want. And if you're feeling worried that you didn't manage to absorb everything that was said, Mori-san will be back to take us through the key points just before we begin descent. So our next guests are members of the private company manufacturing behind the SLIM mission. First we have Okaida Yu, who's from the Mitsubishi Electric Company, sometimes referred to as MELCO, and these are the spacecraft system contractors. Okaida-san is based at Kamakura Works, where SLIM was constructed. So Mitsubishi had actually a very tough job, since as we've seen, SLIM needed to be made as lightweight as possible. So if the spacecraft can be made lightweight, like SLIM, then you do have the option of increasing the mass available for possible observation equipment, and also costs such as transportation to the rocket can be kept very low. Such development therefore can lead to more frequent lunar and planetary exploration in the future. So this is why a lightweight mission was very important for SLIM, and the challenge of construction was passed at least in part to MELCO. So one example of that is SLIM's tank was a new design because it acted as the body of the spacecraft as well as storing the fuel. This actually meant the tank was more exposed and various devices had to be attached to the tank exterior. This was a new problem that had to be considered very carefully during the construction. Melco are also the spacecraft systems contractor for one of JAXA's upcoming missions, the Martian Moons Exploration Mission, MMX. MMX will launch in fiscal year 2026 and visit the moons of Mars, Phobos and Deimos. Spacecraft will land on Phobos and collect a sample from the moon, returning to the Earth in 2031.
はい、うまくいくことを願っています。ありがとうございます。はい、岡田さん、どうもありがとうございました。はい、続いては。
So our next guest is Akagi Kensuke from Takura Tomy. Now, Takura Tomy is very well known, but not for spacecraft. It's most well known for being a Japanese toy maker company. The company is perhaps most famous for originally creating the Transformers, the alien robots that can disguise themselves as machines. However, in this case, Takura Tomy have built Lev 2, as seen here. It's a tiny little robot, also known as Sora Cube, and it's one of the rovers on the SLIM mission. And Lev 2 does indeed transform into the second image that you can see that Shin is holding. The rover is about the size of a baseball. It has a honeycomb aluminium alloy shell and starts off as a sphere, as you can see from Akaki-san's model that he's holding. And it then splits in half to reveal a pair of cameras that point front and back. And the two hemispheres actually become the rover wheels. So this little transforming robot will photograph the SLIM spacecraft and also the surrounding terrain before sending those images back via Lev 1 to the Earth. That's the front-forming cameras. And at the back it's even got a little tail for balance.
So the first part was from the toy of the transformer. So it's called a transformation technique that it has been developing. And the second one is this. So imagine that the sea turtles move on the shore, and they're inspired by the movements, and then they try to capture and then try to have that mechanism embedded.
So what I'm hearing is this is a transformer sea turtle.
Yes, that's right.
That's wonderful.
その思考の柔軟性っていったところですか。こういうものはソラキューレブ2の開発のどういった部分に生かされているみたいなのがあるでしょうか。そうですね。やっぱりこのソラキューを作っていく中ではこのおもちゃの技術を入れていくとか、皆さんの周りの人大好きなおもちゃが月でも活躍するかもしれないなと思うと、こう普通の考え方というよりかですね、ちょっとこうぶっ飛んだ考え方。
It looks like this has been really creative process to invent this sort of toy, and is that right? And then he thinks that this is because of the company's strengths that the toy has been made into the space.
Excellent. And toys like Transformers are incredibly imaginative, so maybe this is a more logical step than we might have previously considered.
And it is unique.
It is unique. So our next guest is Murata Tomakatsu from the Graduate School of Science in the University of Tokyo. So Murata-san is particularly interested in the science rather than engineering behind SLIM and the science SLIM plans to do on the lunar surface. Murata-san has previously worked with a lot of lunar observation data, including that from the JAXA lunar orbiter Kaguya. So Kaguya, which was launched in 2007, orbited the moon and mapped the moon's geology all over its surface. The result were these very high-resolution maps that Kaguya and similar missions, such as NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, LRO, revealed. And you see these key bodies of rock that aren't particularly large areas, but are really interesting, and they could shed some light onto important questions in planetary science, such as those related to the moon's formation. So you have this situation now where you have fairly small but numerous regions of interest that you really want to get a look at. And this brings us to the need for SLIM's pinpoint landing technology and the ability to land on slopes, which enables us to choose a much wider region of possible landing sites and also land on some rough terrain, which is what we're seeing here. And we can actually get close enough with this technology to actually start studying these areas. So this important use case means that while SLIM is a technology mission and it's designed to be testing the pinpoint landing technology on slope terrain, the spacecraft is also equipped with a scientific instrument, the near-infrared multiband camera, and it's designed to investigate the composition of the surrounding rocks after landing. And this takes us on to considering the landing destination for SLIM, which is near the Scioli crater, which I hope I'm pronouncing correctly. So Scioli is an impact crater, meaning that it was formed when a meteorite struck the moon's surface. When a crater forms through an impact event, the debris from the deep interior can be ejected, and a central hill forms from those exposed deep materials. So in and around impact craters, we expect to possibly find rocks from the moon's deep interior that have been ejected. And these are often found in mounds in the center of craters or the surrounding boulders in that region. So one of the minerals that is particularly interesting for this is olivine, which is quite a heavy mineral, and we expect it to have sunk into the moon's mantle during its formation. Therefore, if we spot olivine on the surface, it's probably a mantle rock that's been ejected from the moon's interior. And if we could land near one of those olivine-containing rocks and compare their composition with those on the Earth, it can tell us more about how the moon formed.
And it might be taking like an hour to explain, but he'll try to say it in 1 minute.
So here's a moon, and this is the
So this is the shape of the rabbit, and you can see. And this is a pattern that you can recognize on the moon.
So in Japan, well, the rabbit is what's seen on the moon's surface.
That's right. And here he's pointing out the finger, and in that area.
This is Mare Nectaris.
Yeah. So the Scioli crater is just right there at the spot of the right ear of the rabbit. And then it's trying to land on this exact spot, as you explained. So here it is. This is the rabbit's ear, and there are two rabbit ears. And the bottom one is the western side, and then this is where the crater is.
So this is the landing site for SLIM. It's going to be on this crater where we think we're going to have exposed olivine material from the moon's mantle. And it's on this slope terrain, so we have to land very accurately and on a slope.
The crater itself is very small, like 1 kilometer, but SLIM is trying to get that. So by going there, by SLIM, what will we be able to find out? So this is beyond the SLIM's scope, but could you please tell us about the importance of this research?
So one of the main theories for the moon's formation is that it formed during a giant impact with the Earth. If that's true, the composition of the moon's mantle, which is about 90% of the moon, would be expected to be similar to the Earth. So if we can identify a mantle rock, i.e. that olivine, and look at its composition in more detail, we'll learn more about the moon's formation. So Kaguya examined the moon's geology all over its surface. It spotted that near the Shiori crater was a place where the mantle rock seems to become exposed. And that's why SLIM is planning to touch down in this very small area and examine it with its multi-band camera.
シオリクレーターに降りるってことが先ほど出てきたんですけれども、そのシオリクレーターについてもう少し教えていただけますでしょうか。
Could you please tell us more about this crater, Shiori?
お示しした幹の海というのがこちらにあります。でこの幹の海の、西側にはそのシオリクレーターという月の、おそらくマントルですね、地下の物質が天体衝突によって折り返されて今表面に露出している。
So at the bottom of the slide here, we're actually seeing a model for how the moon might have formed. If we look at these cuts, they're actually cuts through a would-be moon. These sort of pizza slices where the core is at the bottom and then the surface is at the top. So going from left to right, the first slice, the green circles are this olivine, which is floating in initially a molten magma ocean. It is thought to have existed on the moon when it first formed. If we go towards the right, we're going to see the moon start to evolve. This is the evolution a little later. The relatively heavy olivine has now sunk down to become sediment and begins to form the mantle. In slice 3, the lighter, buoyant, calcium-rich plagioclase crystals, which were actually shown by little rectangles at the top, were rising to the surface, and these form the moon's crust. So then we only see olivine again if you can dig up some of that mantle, for example, during a meteorite impact, which might have created the Shiori crater.
So in the larger picture, that the scientists will be comparing the formation of the moon and the formation of the Earth.
By looking at that composition of the olivine, which should have come from the moon's mantle.
何か天体がぶつかってそれで月ができたっていうジャイアントインパクト説なのか、それともなんか別の方法でできたのかっていうことがその結論までもしかしたらできるかもしれない。はい、そういう議論までいけるかもしれない。
The question is if that was a giant impact that created the Earth or not, but there might be more theory to come. So the research will be developed from this point onward.
ということで、これからの月探査のやっぱりここにしおりを入れるイメージでつけられたと聞いております。はい。
So Shiori has a double meaning that by doing this, landing on this crater, it will leave the mark on history. And Shiori in Japanese means marking. So this is a double meaning.
Oh, that's lovely.
Okay, our last guest is JAXA's Vice President, Sasaki Hiroshi.
佐々木宏さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
佐々木さんは日本のアルテミス計画を統括されていると。
So VP Sasaki is the Director General for Human Spaceflight Technology Directorate and the leader for Japan's participation in Artemis. So could you please tell us about what you are doing right now for the Artemis?
日本が参画をするというふうに発表しています。その際に参画としては大きく3つ。
So Japan has already said that it will be participating in Artemis. And then there are 3 things that we will be planning on doing.
それを今後のアルテミス計画に参考にするといったものが一つ。それから月の有人の周回拠点ゲートウェイ、これに対して生命維持装置を提供するとか物資を補給するといったものがもう一つ。それから最後が有人油圧ローバーを開発。この3つになります。
Okay, so the main goal of the Artemis program is to establish a human presence on the moon, but while doing so, that Japan will be contributing more on the robotics as well. And the first one is the crewed mission that will be setting on the foot on the lunar surface, and also another one will be sending the pressurized rover for crew driving on the lunar surface. So in Washington DC as well, that he has just been to, that they are paying much attention to this project SLIM. And because this is leading more techniques to be developed for Artemis in the future, so it has like a lot of anticipation and also excitement. And for Artemis project to be going on, that the both sides, so crewed and then uncrewed, so manned and unmanned projects are important. So they have to be developed in tandem. So the SLIM will just go on and then first focusing on the technology and what more can you do with this technique? So this SLIM's technique will leading us to go to the narrow space or the hidden space. So it will give us much freedom to move around on the Mars surface, on the Moon surface. And then there will be more applications in the future. So we will be having more presence and also we'll be building more trust with the partners. And it has been that Japan has great trust building by presenting trustful rockets. And also, like, we are adding more to this trust in the international partners. So that's this technique will be highlighted and then it will be developed more in the near future. So what's next? And then what can we say about the projects coming after SLIM? So we already have a few more things planned in the future. So this will be the critical time for us to look at the success of the SLIM. So does it include the pressurized rover? And yes, the rover as well, that it will go to the place where they want to go. So the pinpoint landing is necessary. But the rovers can only go to the safer places. So building this technique and then going to the place where is sort of hidden or it's very difficult to go, and it's still the technology will be useful in the future. So that's exactly why VP Sasaki has been emphasizing the importance of both manned and unmanned exploration. And thank you very much.
So now we're going to return to Mori-san, who's going to remind us of the key points as we head towards descent and landing. So here's our summary slide of SLIM attempting a pinpoint landing on the Moon. The powered descent is from an altitude of 15 kilometers with 3 thruster boosts and coasting in between. We approach the target site on the lunar surface using this image matching navigation technology, where we're going to match the craters to known patterns on our onboard map using a navigation camera and autonomous guiding control. Then we begin the vertical descent from a 7-kilometer altitude. This includes 3 short hovering times. And we also do obstacle detection to avoid any dangerous boulders from about a 50-meter altitude. And then the 2 little LEV rovers are released at a 2-meter altitude before we do the 2-step landing on the sloped terrain. And we're aiming for a lunar landing accuracy of order 100 meters during this 20 minutes of terror. Landing can be confirmed relatively quickly, but more than that to do with the pinpoint landing accuracy might be determined as much as a month from landing.
This curve is very important because we start from the altitude 15 kilometers, and by pushing it forward from that point, it will be going a little bit upwards, and then that will be very useful for the landing technique going vertical. And also the engine will be shooting down, so that energy will put the probe up there. So this curve itself is very much suitable for pinpoint landing.
今回非常に攻めた設計に見えるけど確立された手法なのでしょうかという質問が来ています。
So this looks like a very difficult design, but what kind of things did you do to make it possible? Because SLIM looks like, very much challenging, including many new techniques. So could you please tell us about the highlights? So that's right, that there are many techniques that they are pushing, and also they are really new and innovative. So what the team tried to do the most is try to have more and more experiments, and by getting successes, they are very confident to place those techniques put together in this probe SLIM.
今回月にいよいよ着陸するのが1月19日、1月20日ですね。
The rocket launched on the 7th of September, and around 4 months later that we are here today. And other missions, such as Russians and Indians, they took less time. So why did SLIM take 4 months? Could you please explain to us about it?
軌道ですね。早く入っていくこともできるんですけど、途中の軌道で少しお示ししましたように、最初月に入った後にそのまま月周回に投入に月周回軌道に投入することもできるんですけど、それやってしまうと燃料をかなり使ってしまいます。
So this is something that we saw on the slide. So the swing by, we could probably just do one swing by to get into the moon's orbit, but by doing so, we need to put so much fuel on the probe. But we want to have less in a tank, so we decided to do the longer swing by and then have this SLIM orbit. So we chose this to have more efficient, and this has become one of the main goal of the SLIM project.
So it's somewhat counterintuitive that this very long swing-by orbit turns out to be much more efficient on fuel. But even though it takes longer and it goes further, it is able to use the gravity of this Sun-Earth-Moon system to actually alter the position and attitude of the spacecraft to put it back onto a trajectory towards the moon. And this is actually much cheaper on fuel as opposed to braking when you reach the moon the first time to enter lunar orbit straight away.
That's right.
はい、そうですね。成功するためにやってきた。
So what do you think that will be successful?
もちろんこれまでの実績で言うといろんな海外でもいろいろ苦労しながら失敗も重ねながらやってきてるっていうのは。
And it has been like many challenges and also failures, as we all know, but we would like to believe that this will work today. And we have many experiments and then many discussions. So today we believe that things will work. And sorry for asking the difficult questions, but as Mori-san explained, that many experiments proved that this technique should work. So, okay, next question, or maybe comments from the audience.
As an aside, if you look at the moon that's in front of it's just gone off camera, but to the left of that is one of the actual landing legs from SLIM, so you can examine its mesh crushable structure when it comes back on camera.
天文台レベルの地上望遠鏡から見られないかなというお話ですけれども、スリムはこの大きさを
So, can anyone observe it through the observatories or the telescope?
難しいですかね。はい。
And Mori-san's answer is that it's probably very difficult.
We can't see SLIM.
To that.
傾いたところに着陸するんでしたっけという話があるんですけれども、せっかくなのでちょっとその
So could you also tell us about this plan of landing on the slope? So could you please explain to me a little bit more?
傾いたところ、実際に降りるところは15度、最大15度の傾斜地。
So from this angle you can see the 5 legs on the SLIM spacecraft, the rear leg that sticks out the furthest, and then a more square structure for the forward landing gear and middle landing gear. So SLIM initially descends vertically and it's going to land on that rearmost leg first. That's the first one that's going to touch the lunar surface.
ここ2つで受けて、ここは補助ですね。はい、こういう形で、こんな形で、これは。
So it lands on the back leg and then it tips forward onto those front 2 legs.
2 steps.
2段階で
着陸するというわけですね。ちなみにですね、ちょっと気になるものが横にあるんですけれども、これが着陸の
Let us see this model. What is it?
衝撃を吸収するものとなっていまして、
I'm glad they came back to
これが実
this.
際に足についているわけです。
そうですね。この
Yeah, it's one of these little legs. So while a big lunar lander, such as Apollo, actually has legs with a joint that are able to absorb the impact, SLIM has these very compact lattice-like legs that will compress on impact and absorb that force as it comes down on the lunar surface.
はい、ここまで質問とコメントの紹介をさせていただきました。さてですね、着陸に向けた
So this is the end of the Q&A and comment
となりました。ここで改めて森先生、森さんにスリムのポイントとそれから着陸
So there are only 5 minutes to go. So Mori-san will review what will be happening in the next in the next few minutes.
So this is our pinpoint landing again, the powered descent from 15 kilometers, the vertical descent from 7 kilometers, the search for possible hazards, such as boulders.
So overall, when it starts, it will take about 20 minutes.
20 minutes of terror.
So first it approaches to the targeted position, and then the vertical descent. And it will have 3 hoverings, and it will try to detect any boulders. And then when it approaches to the slope and have 2-step descent and landing.
短時間で確認できますが、このピンポイント着陸の成否は着陸後1ヶ月以内を見込んでいると。
So it will be determined relatively soon about the landing itself, but the pinpoint or not, so how precise it was, it will take about a month to process.
テレメトリーというのは、その探査機からスリムから送られてくるさまざまなデータのことを表す言葉です。
So now let us explain about the telemetry. So we will be moving forward to the screen like this, and the telemetry is the data that has been sent from the probe.
So this is the QL quick look screen, and we'll see this during the descent to the lunar surface, and it will display the telemetry, the data coming from the spacecraft. And we're going to go through just each of what you're seeing here to explain what it means. So this is the date and the time, in the top yellow. It's a spacecraft time, but that corresponds almost exactly with Earth time, as it only takes about a second for radio waves to travel between the Moon and the Earth. It's showing the time in UTC, Universal Time, which is Japan time at -9 hours. Now this part is the GNC Guidance Navigation Control mode, and you can see the different options for the modes, with SPM being sun pointing mode, OCM being orbital control mode, etc. And it tells you what phase we're in at the moment. This is going to show us the spacecraft acceleration. It's the actual measured value of the accelerometer is on the left. The estimated value based on the model is on the right, and descending order for the acceleration goes from green through to red. This shows the status of the auxiliary thrusters. The scale here goes from 0 to 100%. And this is the status of the main engine injection, with the scale again going from 0 through to 100%. This shows the angular velocity of the spacecraft along the 3 axes X, Y, and Z. The colours here indicate descending orders of control error, with green having minimal control error. Gosh, we're going fast. This is the remaining propellant. The fuel is on the left, the oxidizer is in the middle, the total is on the right. The fuel to oxidizer ratio is 1 to 0.8. The BAT SOC is the remaining battery capacity, and now we are looking at, if this graph looks like this, it's the mode before powered descent. So altitude from the sun is seen on the left, the altitude from the Earth is on the right. This is now what it looks like when we go into the powered descent mode, showing positional information such as the trajectory, white line, and the actual trajectory. Is that right in the red line? No, this is the vertical descent mode. My apologies. The last one was the powered descent mode. This is vertical descent mode. And so that takes us into an era of landing where we can to landing where we want.
So on the screen, you will see the same telemetry as the mission control room will be seeing. So we are now switching the screen to the telemetry.
森さんと私で、テレメトリの画面を見ながら進めてまいりたいと思います。
はい、今 PDM と左上の
So during this phase, as we head towards the lunar surface, we are not going to say a great deal. Please watch the telemetry, and so you can see for yourself how the spacecraft is progressing, and there will be minimal commentary during this time.
進行中です。
で、メインエンジンが今 100% になってますね。これもブーストをしている状態ですね。完全に噴射していて、今ブレーキをかけている状態と言っていいかと思います。
Main engine is 100%. That means that it put the brakes. And now the altitude is 15 kilometers and slightly up.
白い軌道、右側のグラフのところで白いラインが目標となる軌道になっていて、
So on the right, you see the graph, and the white is expected orbit. And the red one is how SLIM is going. So now SLIM is going more or less on the planned trajectory.
先ほど、動力降下シーケンスが開始されています。午前0時頃から、動力降下シーケンスが開始されておりまして、
And it started descent.
ブーストが行われております。
これしばらくブーストが続いて、そのうちしばらく時間が経つと1回休憩になります。コースティングモード、コースティングに入ります。
はい、コースティングというのは完成航法。
そうですね。特にエンジンを吹かずに、補助エンジンは補助
So now the engines are on, but soon it will be turned off, just for a while. And then it will fly a little bit without thrashing.
表示している画面、右下には第二管制室の様子を示しています。
And on the right-hand corner, you see the second control room.
こちらも画面に表示されているのは今この YouTube の画面に表示されている、テレメトリ表示画面と同じようなものを
And in the second control room as well, that they are seeing the same exact telemetry as we see here on the screen.
真ん中の画面がそうですね。実際今先ほどの画面と同じ画面になってますね。今メインエンジンは2個 100% 噴射してますが、補助スラスターは12個ありますが、噴射しているものと噴射しないものがあって、これは 軌道とか姿勢を、補正したりするのに使われてますので、噴射の仕方はいろいろ変わってくるといったものになります。
はい、現在、第1回目のブーストを実施中です。高度はそうですね、20キロを上回ってきたあたりになるかと思います。
The altitude is now 20 kilometers, and this is the phase of the first boost, and it will keep going for a while.
っていうのが見てわかると思います。これはメインエンジンがずっと噴射しているので、どんどん水薬が使われているっていうことを意味しています。
はい、画面の右上ですね、青色が
そうですね、FU って書いてあるのが燃料、で OX って書いてあるのが酸化剤ですね。
Fuel, and you can see it on the right top corners, and it will have to decrease as it goes.
画面では、現在第1回の燃焼を実施中です。
で左下の、加速度計の表示が、あります。A って書いてあるのが加速度計で、B がモデルで計算した数字なんです。大体一致していて、緑なので十分加速度が出ているってことを表しています。
The velocity is just about right, so you can see it on the left bottom, and now you can see both A and B are green, and it has been as it has been planned, so things are going okay on that side as well.
はい、間もなく高度が25キロのあたりに到達するかと思います。
そろそろ、コースティングに入るかなと思います。
The altitude is now reaching 25 kilometers, and it will now go into coasting mode.
いう状態です。で、この間に、先ほどの画像照合工法を行います。で、位置を、今まで蓄積した誤差を一回これでリセットできる、位置がバチンと決まりますので、これで、完成工法でやってた位置のズレをこれでリセットするといった操作が行われます。
はい。現在スリムは、画像照合工法を実施中と思われます。
So now it started to scan on the moon's surface, so it's looking for the exact place to land.
はい、高度は25キロ上回ったあたりです。
The altitude is just about 25 kilometers.
はい、今メインエンジン着火しましたね。100% になりました。これで第2回のブーストが始まりました。またこれでしばらくずっと噴射状態が続くかと思います。
はい、時刻は0時5分を、0時6分ぐらいです。現在スリムは第2回のブーストを開始しています。
So Slim is going into the second phase of boost. So now you can see the engine firing.
緑色に表示されているかと思いますが、これ緑色になっているってことは、姿勢がもう姿勢の制御が想定通りになっていると、姿勢誤差が小さいということを表しています。赤い軌道も、赤のラインも白のラインと大体一致しているので、基準軌道に沿って進んでいるというふうに考えていいかと思います。
Now you can see the planned trajectory, and the red trajectory is going on the model. So this is going very close to the planned trajectory.
はい、少しずつ高度が下がってきています、
そうですね。だいぶブレーキが効いてきましたね。最初軌道が先ほどお話した理由で上がってたんですが、はい、もう落ちてきましたね。
It start to descend a little bit, as you can see on the right. side is still doing the second boost.
ブーストを実施中です。
燃料酸化剤もだいぶ減ってきましたね。100キロもう割り込んできました。これ着陸しても全部途中でなくなるっていうわけではなくて、少し残るような、10キロ以上は残るような計算になっています。
Fuel is also decreasing, as you can see on the right top corner. And now you can see 96.6 kilograms of fuel, and it will be about 10 kilograms or even a little bit slightly more. So that's where we are aiming at. So it will not be completely empty.
緑のバーが今出てますが、最初2ぐらいだったのが今少し高くなってきていると思いますが、これ同じ水力は同じなんで、探査機の質量が小さくなったので加速度が増えているっていうふうに見ていいかと思います。
Velocity is increasing. That's on the left-hand side, and because the mass is decreasing, that means velocity is getting a little bit more in number.
第2回のブーストを実施中です。動力降下シーケンスにおいて第2回のブーストを実施中です。
もうしばらく続きそうですね、これ。はい。
It will continue a little bit. We are still on the second boost stage.
はい、スリムは現在第2回のブーストを実施中です。スリムは第2回のブーストを実施中です。高度がかなり下がってきましたね。
そうですね、もうちょっといくと思いますね、このまま。はい。
はい、
15キロ下回るぐらいまではこのまま 100% のブーストでいくと思います。で12個の
Now is still the second boost stage, and it's now above 15 kilometers, and it will continue a little bit longer.
はい、スリムは、高度20キロほどに到達しています。現在第2回のブーストを実施中ですが、高度が20キロほどまで降りてきました。
姿勢もそうですね。今オメガ X、オメガ Y、オメガ Z すべて緑になっています。加速度も、緑できちんと老けているといったふうに見ていいかと思います。燃料酸化剤がだいぶ減ってきましたね。
はい、スリムは現在第2回の、ブーストを実施中です。スリムは第2回のブーストを実施中です。
Still the second boost.
15キロ割ってくると、再び、コースティングに入ると思います。また 画像照合工法ですね、を実施するために、1回停止ということで、コースティングになるという見込みです。
So when it goes below altitude 15 kilometer, it will start the coasting again and then try to do the image scanning.
今メインエンジン 0% になりましたので、これで第2回のブーストが終了して、コースティングに入りました。
Now you can see the engine has stopped like 0%. So now it starts cruising and trying to see the surface. So image scanning right now as it plans.
また第3回のブーストが始まるかと思います。
And soon we'll probably see the third phase of boost.
スリムは現在画像照合方法を行っている頃かと思われます。高度は10キロを下回って入りました。
そうですね。メインエンジンまた噴射しましたね。100% になりましたので、これで第3回のブーストが始まりました。
Now you see the engine is on now, 100%, and now the third stage of boost has just started. And the third one will not be 100% all the time. It's called the pulse thruster. So it's been expected that it's not going to be always 100% on.
これをしばらくまた続けまして、高度が適切な、十分落ちてきたところで垂直降下モードに切り替わります。今、左上で PDM と書いてあるところが、VDM という文字に切り替わると思います。
Now please pay attention to the left top. It's PDM. It will soon change.
第3回のブーストを行っているところです。スリムは第3回のブーストを行っているところです。
Into VDM. So PDM will change into VDM.
高度がだいぶ下がってまいりました。10キロ下回って間もなく5キロに到達するかと思われるところです。
これで画面左側の今のグラフもこれで垂直降下モードに変わると、この今のグラフも切り替わります。
Now approaching altitude 5 kilometer.
はい、スリムは現在第3回のブーストを実施中です。スリムは第3回のブーストを実施中です。
そうですね。今 VDM という文字が左側に、緑の文字に変わったと思いますが。
Now it's been changed VDM. Now starting the vertical descent.
2つの探査機が乗ってる。これ、X 方向から見たのと Y 方向から見た、なんですか、図になっています。で、X 方向というのは、西方向。で、Y 方向、プラス Y が南の方向。
So X-axis is the west and the Y is south. Now,
16分30秒あたりですが、すでにスリムは垂直降下モードに入っています。
it started vertical descent.
垂直降下モードを実施中です。3000メートル割ってきました。
はい。で、これもしばらくパルス噴射ですね。今数字が 100%、メインエンジンのパーセンテージが 100% になったり、またそれ以外の数字になったりと切り替わってますが、これ、パルス噴射をしているので、こういった形で、変化していると言ってみていいかと思います。で、これで500メーターぐらいのところまでこのまま降りていきます。で、500メーターのところで1回目のホバリングに入ります。
It will descend around 500 meter and it will start the first hovering.
高度を下げております。スリムは垂直降下モードにて高度を下げています。1000メートル割り込みました。
そうですね。そろそろこれで500メートルなんで、ここで1回目のホバリングに入ると思います。しばらく高さを維持する状態になるかと思います。
around 500 meter, it will start doing the first hovering.
高さが今一定になっているかと思います。はい、これホバリング状態。これそんなに長く続かないです。またすぐに降りていきます。
It will be a short time, but this is the first hovering.
第1回のホバリングを行って終えたと思われます。
再びそうですね、下がり始めましたね。高度が下がり始めました。
It starts to descend again, and next aim is 50 meters.
50メートルのところでは、先ほど少し紹介しました、障害物検知を行います。それで安全な場所を見つけて水平移動して、それも自立で安全な場所に移動すると、水平移動するといったことを行います。これも比較的短い時間で行う予定です。
So at the next point, it will scan again to see if there are any obstacles or boulders.
はい、高度が100メートルを下回りました。まもなく50メートルに到達しようというところです。
そうかな。はい、ここで一旦、はい、ホバリングに入った、2回目のホバリングに入った。
This is the second hovering.
これで安全な場所に水平移動を行って、その後またしばらく降下するという状態になります。
Now it's looking for the safe place to land.
を行っていると思われます。次は第2回のホバリングを行っていると思われます。障害物回避を
今降りましたね。はい、これで高度2メーターぐらいのところで第3回のホバリングを実施し、これでレブですね、超小型ローバーを放出します。でその後一気に降りて2段階着陸をするという形になるかと思います。
Around the 2 meters, it will release the lev and it will land. Two-step landing is expected.
モードが今 MLM というモードに切り替わりましたので、これで着陸したという状態になります。MLM
Now you see on the left-hand side, MLM. That means it has landed. From the telemetry, it shows the sign
この画面上だとなかなか
MLM.
判断が難しいところですけど、姿勢も少し傾いているように見えます。で、MLM というモードで、傾いて倒れていると、着陸したといったような状況に見えます。
はい、テレメトリーの表示画面の上では、スリムは月表面に、到達したかと思われます。高度は、月表面に到達したかと思われます。
From the telemetry, what we see is the SLIM has landed on the slope.
はい、テレメトリの画面上では、スリムは、月の表面に、到達したかと思われます。テレメトリの画面の上では、スリムは、月の表面に到達したかと思われます。はい、繰り返しお知らせします。スリムは、テレメトリの表示画面の上では月の表面に、到達したかと思われます。スリムは、月の表面に到達したかと思われます。
It looks like on the telemetry that SLIM is on the surface of the moon.
一連の動きはだいたい想定の通りの挙動を示していたように思います。
はい、現在スリムの状況を確認しています。スリムの状況を現在確認中です。
We are now checking the status.
はい、画面の上では、スリムは月の表面に、到達したと思われますが、現在、状況を確認しております。スリムは、画面の上では、 月の表面に到達したと思われますが、現在状況を確認しております。
From the screen, the SLIM is on the moon. We are checking the status right now.
はい、画面の上では、スリムは月の表面に到達したと思われますが、現在スリムの状況を確認しています。画面の上ではスリムは月の表面に到達したと、思われますが、現在スリムの状況を確認しています。
We are now checking the status of the SLIM. It looks like it has reached on the moon from the screen that we see, but we are checking the status.
はい、画面の上では、スリムは月の表面に到達したと思われますが、現在スリムの状況を確認しています。画面の上では、スリムは月の表面に到達したと思われますが、現在スリムの状況を確認しております。
We are still checking the status.
はい、画面の上では、スリムは月の表面に到達したと思われますが、現在スリムの状況を確認中です。現在、スリムの状況の確認中です。
We are still checking the status.
はい、現在スリムの状況を確認中です。現在スリムの状況を確認中です。はい、現在スリムの状況を確認中です。現在スリムの状況を確認中です。はい、現在スリムの状況を確認しておりますので、もうしばらくお待ちください。現在スリムの状況を確認しておりますので、もうしばらくお待ちください。
We are still checking the status, so please wait. We are still checking the status, so please wait.
はい、現在スリムの状況を確認しておりますので、もうしばらくお待ちください。現在、スリムの状況を確認しておりますので、もうしばらくお待ちください。はい、スリムの状況確認のため、0時30分で番組を中断いたします。スリムの状況確認のため、0時30分で番組を中断いたします。なお、後ほど、ただいまご覧いただいております YouTube ライブにて、記者会見を中継いたしますので、開始までしばらくお待ちください。繰り返しお伝えします。スリムの状況確認のため、0時30分で番組を中断いたします。スリムの状況確認のため、0時30分で番組を中断いたします。なお、後ほど、ただいまご覧いただいております YouTube ライブにて、記者会見を中継いたしますので、開始までしばらくお待ちください。
So we are still checking the status. So we closed this session at 12:30, and later on the same link and the same website, that press conference will start. So please come back to the press conference. We are still checking the status.
スリムの状況確認のため、0時30分で番組を中断いたします。なお、後ほど、ただいまご覧いただいております YouTube ライブにて、記者会見を中継いたしますので、開始までしばらくお待ちください。
We are ending this program at 12:30, but we are still checking the status. Later on this channel, we will have the press conference. So please wait. We are still checking the status, and the press conference will start shortly. Thank you.
はい、スリムの状況確認のため、0時30分で番組を中断いたします。スリムの状況確認のため、0時30分で番組を中断いたします。なお、後ほど、ただいまご覧いただいております YouTube ライブにて、記者会見を中継いたしますので、開始までしばらくお待ちください。はい、スリムの状況確認のため、0時30分で番組を中断いたします。
So we will end this program at 12:30. The press conference will be held on the same link. So please wait until the press conference begins. We will be ending this program at 12:30. Thank you.
はい、こちらで、一旦、0時30分になりましたので、番組を中断いたします。ここまで、ご覧いただきありがとうございました。
For watching.
Thank you very much for staying with us.
まだですね、こちらの方にも情報確認中という、情報しか届いておりませんので、もうしばらくお待ちください。
先ほどから何人かの方にどこの局で受けてるんだっていう質問を受けて、ちょっと正確には確認してなかったんですけど、いろいろこういう運用の時はっていう推測で国内の臼田内之浦あたりじゃないかって答えたんですけど、ちょっと今確認してもらってるのでその後またご報告しますね。 先ほどの局の話ですけど、今確認中で、後で記者会見の中でご報告するか、質問に答える形かということで共有させていただくということになりましたので、お待ちください。
はい、まだ状況確認中という連絡ですので、もう少々お待ちください。ちょっと時間がかかっていますけれども、まだ状況を確認している最中ということですので、もう少々お待ちください。
And thank you everyone at the Sagamihara the campus, and also people participating through WebEx, and those people looking at this through YouTube. We are still trying to confirm the situation at the moment, and so I apologize to keep you waiting, but please bear with us for a little more while. And we did actually say that it could take as long as 2 hours at the most in the press kit in advance. And for those people participating through YouTube, please understand that it is taking a little bit of time, and we are trying to confirm the situation. Thank you.
はい、
Mr. Yakoroshi from JAXA, the PR department, and everyone at the Sagamihara, the campus press center, and also everyone listening through WebEx, and also those people looking at the YouTube. And thank you very much for waiting. We now have some information. We will start the press conference from about 2:10. And so if you could start make your preparation. We intend to start the press conference at 10 minutes after 2 a.m. JST, Japan Standard Time. And we will also issue a release at that point as well. But we are also trying to upload information on our website at the same time. And so there could be a bit of a time lag to when we make the actual press release.
どうもありがとうございます。私記者会見まで、ということで担当してましたので、ここで失礼させていただきます。いろいろご質問いただきましてありがとうございました。
はい、お待たせしております。
Thank you for waiting. My name is Kishi from the PR media of JAXA. We will be starting a press conference soon, so if I could ask you to be prepared. And we have another person appearing on the stage. So the person is heading towards the podium. So if you could just bear with us for a few more seconds, please. Thank you everyone for waiting, and apologize for making you wait. We are already at a starting time, but if you could just give us a little more while we prepare the press conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for waiting. We will start the press briefing session regarding a lunar landing of SLIM, a smart lander for investigating moon. Thank you very much for many of you for participating despite being late into the night, and we apologize for the fact that we have kept you waiting for quite a long time. For those participating through WebEx, and for those people also watching through the JAXA official site on the YouTube JAXA channel, I apologize to have kept you waiting for quite a long time. My name is Kaori Sasaki, the General Manager of PR from JAXA, and I will be the MC today. The press briefing today is held in a hybrid format, live from communication halls of Space Science and Exploration at Sagamihara Campus, JAXA. And we're also streaming this live on the JAXA official YouTube channel, JAXA channel. So I'd like to introduce the attendees. From the right, Dr. Hiroshi Yamakawa, President of JAXA. And in the middle, Dr. Hitoshi Kuninaka, Director General of ISIS JAXA. And next to him, Dr. Masaki Fujimoto, Deputy Director of ISIS JAXA. And I think we are handing out the press release as of 10 minutes past 2. And so I'd like to ask the President to start with a statement. My name is Yamakawa, Director of the President of JAXA. Thank you very much for many of you for participating today. I'd like to start by saying a few things, then the details will be explained by Mr. Kuninaka. And on the 20th of January 2024, at 10:20 JST, a smart lander for investigating moon landed on the moon. We have been able to confirm that it has arrived on the moon surface. My name is Kuninaka, the Director General of ISIS. As was explained, smart lander for investigating moon, SLIM, we made a challenge to landing on the moon. Now, the SLIM has been communicating to the Earth station, and it is receiving command from the Earth accurately, and the spacecraft is responding to these in a normal way. However, it seems that the solar cell is not generating electricity at this point in time. And since we are not able to generate electricity, and so the operation is being done using batteries on load. And based on the data, and landing has been stored on the spacecraft. And so we are trying to data source that to the Earth, and we are making effort to maximize the scientific the achievement. And during the descent to the moon, and while hovering above the moon surface, we have been able to separate LEV 1, and LEV 1 once separated will automatically send the signal, and that has been successful. So we do consider LEV 1 and LEV 2 have been successfully separated, and we are making an effort to acquire data at this point in time. And in order for us to analyze the data, we will require some time. That has been the case scheduled from the start. And so in regards to sharing of the data, we will require a little more time. And so what we know at this point in time is, as I have explained, and so we are still gathering data to understand the situation of this spacecraft. Also, SLIM has targeted the high precision landing with an accuracy of 100 meters. Well, we require to do a detailed analysis of data as we have indicated in advance. And so as to whether we have been able to achieve 100-meter accuracy or not, we would require a little more time for us to be able to confirm on this point. And also, so we will gather the data we have been able to gather, and we are hoping of holding a press conference next week. As for a precise date, we will inform you next week. And so that is what we know at this point in time.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up comment from Dr. Fujimoto? Thank you very much. The materials have been distributed to everybody in the venue, and also those who are participating through WebEx online. We are also web streaming this program, so if you haven't received the materials yet, please wait for them. And also there will be a press release on the website of JAXA, and we are updating information every now and then on the website. So please be patient to receive the materials. Thank you very much indeed. From now on, without further ado, I would like to start taking questions from the members of the press. So we have members joining in the venue as well as online participants. So first, participants in the venue, followed by questions by online participants. If you are participating through webline, please state your name and affiliation by typing that into the chat, and then we will appoint you. So from the venue, please wait for the microphone. Once you get the microphone, please state your name and affiliation before you ask your question. And since there are many members of the media joining this session, so please limit your question to just one question and be brief. Now I can see some hands. Okay. Please wait for the microphone. Eito of Sankei Shimbun newspaper. First and foremost, this time round, SLIM descended from the orbit, and the landing itself, the soft landing itself, was it successful or was it a failure? So solar cell and panel is not functional, it's not working at the moment. Does that mean, is that part of the criteria of a successful failure of the landing itself? Thank you for your question. We believe that the soft landing itself was successful. The major reason is because the spacecraft was able to send telemetry to Earth, which means that most of the equipment on the spacecraft is functional, working properly. So as you could see online, 10 kilometers was the altitude from which descent was made. So if the powered descent wasn't successful, then there would have been a collision at a very high speed. Then the spacecraft's function would have been lost completely. But now it is still sending data properly to Earth, which means our original purpose, objective of soft landing was successful. I believe this is the evidence for that. Thank you I'm very happy to hear that. If that's the case, the trouble is just around solar cell. It's a separate trouble or problem from the soft landing.
Thank you. The person towards my right will take a microphone to you. Kinata from NHK. No, the solar cell is not generating electricity right now. And is that a trouble of the solar panel itself, or is it the attitude or direction, or what are the possible reasons for this? Yes, as you have indicated, the hardware of the solar cell and also the section receiving the electricity could be the cause of the trouble. But other portion of the spacecraft is functioning correctly, whether it be temperature data or the pressure data. We have been able to receive all the healthy values. And so I don't think it's just a singular error of a solar cell in itself. But another point, it could be of the attitude, not aiming at the intended direction. So we are trying to analyze the data that we are gathering at this point in time and analyzing the status at this point. But what we can say at this point in time is what I've actually explained.
Well, thank you very much, the gentleman in green. Naragane, freelance writer. So what is your observation? Could I ask each of those three speakers to share your observations? Thank you very much. Well, first and foremost, landing was made and communication was established. So a minimum success was made in my view. As for the details and detailed data assessment, this will take place in the future. So what about the precision within 100 meters and so on? That assessment is still open. So going forward, by assessing the data and so on, we will make many more findings. So first and foremost, landing was successful. So going forward, Japan's technology should develop even further, and we should be able to access the lunar surface. I believe that there is a path or opening to that now. So with the various countries going forward, there will be international cooperation, which is already underway. So we'd like to provide all sorts of knowledge and insights. That's my observation. Thank you very much. So my question was that I wanted to ask observation from each speaker. So as you saw on the web quick look, the original orbit, intended orbit, was traced by the spacecraft. The orbit was in line with that, and the expected acceleration was also traced. The actual acceleration was also realized. So on a real-time basis, we were able to share such information result with you. So such an outreach activity was possible. This was done very well. Looking at the trace, 100-meter pinpoint landing, precision landing was pretty much successful. Of course, regarding the accurate result, we still need 1 month or so to do the analysis, as we had already communicated with you in advance. But in that sense, we cannot say anything definitively. It is premature to try to do that, but the intended course was followed. So I personally observed that the pinpoint landing was also successful. This technology going forward, we will send more spacecrafts to the moon, and also MMX program is underway towards Mars as well. So Artemis program is also saying moon to Mars should be realized. So in this context as well, Japan has established a major milestone or stepping stone to that. So I believe this was a greater step forward. Thank you very much. So I was in charge of the online program. I could see so many people rooting for it on the English channel as well from across the globe. Tens of thousands of people have been watching, and I'm very happy about it. Thank you very much. So you are supporting us. We are in space science, so at the end of the day, we are doing things we are supposed to be doing, we should be doing, but it's not just really about your ego. It is about people supporting you. Then we will be even more motivated. SLIM is such a difficult mission, but we've reached this point, and that is because of the support that you've been providing, and the team has been motivated even more. I believe this is the reason why we have been able to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the person at the front. The third person from here, yes. Please go ahead. My name is Inoue, a freelancer. Now, the solar cell is not generating electricity as you have explained, but based on the plan, for how long could the spacecraft continue to operate? And acquisition of data from the lunar surface is what you're going to prioritize. But in terms of data, do you have priority of what you would like to obtain? Well, right now, we are operating using battery mode. And in order to conserve the battery, the electricity, we have shut off the heat electricity in order to prolong its life. And also the trajectory navigation data. When the spacecraft was moving to the landing site, we actually took photos of the crater, but we are downloading that with priority. And so navigation technology, navigation data, in other words, as to whether SLIM have been able to obtain these data accurately or not. So once we obtain this data, then we know what type of trajectory the spacecraft took in making its descent, and also be able to reproduce or regenerate the trajectory it took to the lunar surface. So that would be the data we want to download with priority. We also have multi-band camera. So the mantle substance composition can be analyzed using this the multi-band the camera. So we want to make sure that we will try to function this with a priority. But there is a limit to the battery. And so at this point in time, the battery power is likely to last for several hours. And so it's already been 1 hour since landing. But within the time available, we will try to do what we can do with our priority.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the lady over there, well, thank you very much. I am writing for a Newsweek. A freelance writer, Akane is my name. Congratulations on a successful landing. So solar power cell is not working currently. So Slim, can you take a pictures itself and 100-meter pinpoint landing, success or failure? I understand that Slim can take pictures to make such a judgment, and going forward, if solar power may not be restored, then pinpoint landing judgment, would it become difficult? Maybe it's restored, but if not, would it be difficult to make the judgment, or what about the timing impact? Well, thank you very much. The stored data is now being downlinked, and by doing so on the flight path, what sort of data did it take? We will be able to understand that largely, and then currently it is receiving reception or signals. So from the Earth's orbit or trajectory, decision technology can be used to identify where signals are coming from. And already this decision-making technology for trajectory, this cannot be done on a real-time basis. Data has to be analyzed to identify the positioning. So 100-meter pinpoint landing, success or failure, data which can be evidence for that, we will be able to obtain all the relevant data necessary for that. As for the photos or pictures it can take, the spacecraft was up in the air, and then it took some pictures. I believe you're talking about those photos. Separately, there is a Lev 1 and Lev 2, which had been separated already. So Lev 1 and Lev 2, if they are functioning properly, then SLIM's photos and images have been taken by Lev 1 and Lev 2, and I believe such a data is now being sent to us. As for the analysis of this data, it will take some time because of the nature of the work. Unfortunately, it's not something we can show you immediately, but Lev 1 and Lev 2 results are also something we are looking forward to seeing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the person over there, please. Yes. What is Kusaka from JST Science Portal? Now, the solar cell is not generating electricity as you have explained. And based on what you said, the battery would last for several hours. In other words, the several hours would be the remaining life of a SLIM for it to operate. That's probably how we should look at it. But in order to enable solar cell to start generating electricity, are you going to make any attempts? Is there anything you can do to try to enable the solar cell to start generating electricity? Well, I think there are various ways of looking at it, but it is invaluable, the spacecraft, and we don't know the accurate the situation right now, so we don't want to do anything that is too excessive. So of the remaining hours to try to do something about it, we want to try to keep status quo. And the solar angle will change, and so every month where the sunlight shines on the moon changes, and this change occurs every month. And so one day in Earth is the moon goes around. So it takes 30 days for the solar angle to change of the moon. And so if that's the case, so when the solar direction change, and when the light shines from a different direction, the light could end up hitting the solar cell. And so we are having discussion what is the best course of action for us to take into consideration of this. And by the sun angle returning, we are hoping for it to regain power. So first of all, while the battery is alive, you try to obtain data that you can obtain rather than trying to revive the solar cell. But if there could be the possibility that the sun's direction will change, and so even the battery may be not generating electricity, but there is still hope for the solar cell to start generating electricity again. And so even if the battery runs out and the SLIM loses all power, if the panel catches sunlight, then it will restart. And so as far as the function is concerned, we will be able to resume the operation of the SLIM in that instance.
Thank you very much. The gentleman sitting at the back. Nippon Hoso, Hatanaka is my name. On the live streaming screen, there was a control room, but there was almost no image from the control room. What was it like during the landing? So landing was finalized, and a solar power cell problem was discovered. So any changes in the control room? So we ourselves couldn't see the situation in the control room, so we apologize that we don't know what it was like in the control room.
Thank you. Is that Nakai is from Newsfix? If the solar cell is not restarted, then how would that impact the success criteria? What can be achieved and what may not be achieved? Well, in terms of success criteria, so you have the minimum success, the full success, and extra success. And in regards to minimum success, and is to achieve lunar landing using optical navigation, and to achieve precision landing, and to demonstrate that, and also develop a lightweight spacecraft system and check its operation in orbit. So these are the minimum success criteria. So in that regard, we do feel that we have been successful in achieving the minimum criteria for full success, achieve high precision landing within 100-meter accuracy. And in this regard, as I've been explaining from the outset, it will take about a month to do an accurate analysis. So, but as you saw on the real-time the live stream, the SLIM did trace the expected cause. So my personal impression is that we probably have been able to more or less achieve a high precision landing within 100-meter accuracy. And so the solar cell state is unlikely to impact the full the success criteria. Extra continue activities on a lunar surface for a certain period of time until sunset. Well, in this regard, it requires the function of the solar cell. So in regards to extra success, there is a possibility of not being able to achieve this.
Thank you very much. Yes, over there, please. Gekan Hoshinabi Nakano. Well, first of all, Japan has become the 5th country which made a success on this landing mission. Congratulations. So the current posture of the spacecraft, now the solar cell is not generating electricity. So after the vertical landing, it touched the lunar surface in its right position, or is the posture the same, or is it upside down? For example, the solar cell is at the bottom. Do you have any information about the posture of the spacecraft? Well, thank you. We are now gathering information and performing analysis. So at this point in time, we cannot give you a response. If that's, thank you. So once you receive some data through downlink, you can get some information to make a judgment. Yes, we have obtained data, so perform analysis would be possible.
And so next, we would like to now receive questions from those people participating through WebEx. We'll come back to questions from the venue once again. But if you would like to ask a question from WebEx, please send in your question on the chat, but please mention your name. So please write in your questions if you have one. And I have now received a question. Yamanami-san from Yomiuri Shimbun. Please unmute yourself and ask your question. My name is Yamanami from Yomiuri Shimbun. Congratulations for today. Now, in relation to success criteria, I would like to ask a question. Now, in regards to the discussion of the attitude of the spacecraft, you need to look at that. But one of the landing for SLIM was, I think, a two-stage landing. If after a soft landing, if you did not achieve the desired position, so if the two-step landing method was not successful, then not being able to achieve the two-step landing, would that be considered negatively from the success criteria perspective? Well, as long as you read the success criteria, we have not given a definition in regards to two-stage landing or two-step landing. And so if we apply the success criteria as it's written, then we have likely have met the criteria for success. And we did not give a definition including the two-step landing. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question from WebX Mainichi Shimbun newspaper, Nagayama-san. Please go ahead. Nagayama of Mainichi Shimbun newspaper. Thank you very much for this opportunity and congratulations on your success today. Once again, my question would be that this time around, SLIM made a successful landing on the lunar surface. Going forward, the world is now competing very fiercely about the lunar exploration. What is the significance of this success? Could you please share your thoughts on this once again, Dr. Kuninaka? Well, thank you. As JAXA ISAS, we are in technology development. What we do is technology development. So lunar exploration, for example, CRIPS are promoted by NASA. That is a commercial lunar transport service. And JAXA and IASA, we are not really focusing on that sort of area. But the technology obtained through this mission can be leveraged for a private sector. If some private sector companies want to use this technology, then we would like to proactively provide such a technology to them. That's the position or thinking of ours. So are we going to start a lunar transportation service? That is not something we have been considering at all. But from the viewpoint of industry development, we do have some motivation. What about President Yamakawa from the viewpoint of international cooperation? What is your assessment about this success? Thank you very much for your question. Well, earlier, 100-meter precision, was it realized or not? We still need 1 month more to make that assessment. But at any rate, this time around, we were able to gain some insight and knowledge as well as experience. Based upon them, it used to be that we were landing where we could. Now we are trying to land where we want. That is the slogan of the project, if you like. So if 100-meter precision has been successful, then as a result of this project, this technology has been established. And in relation to this, this is the very first time in the world that this was achieved. And the significance of this is that on a global basis across the globe, there is some fierce competition taking place about the access to the lunar surface. That's because sustainable lunar exploration activity is expected and sought after. Now, the position of the crater used to be that it was a landing where it could as opposed to where it wants to. Going forward, it is more about exactly where in the crater we want to land such a high level of precision will be needed. So in that sense, sustainable lunar and lunar surface exploration, this will become a very important technology. So by obtaining such technology, of course, Japan's international competitiveness can be enhanced and acquired, and without technology background, it's not possible to provide international cooperation. So we'd like to promote international cooperation to this end. Thank you. Thank you very much.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Next, from WebEx, from Kyodo News, Sue-san. Apparently difficult to ask questions verbally, and so please allow me to read this. In regards to the multi-band camera, you have said that you try to operate this as quickly as possible, but can this be operated and acquire data even without the solar cell operating? And if it is only with battery, would it be that the amount of exploration that can be done would be limited in comparison to when the solar cell is generating electricity? Well, it can only operate while the electricity is available. So in terms of exploration time, the scope to which the exploration can be done could be narrowed based on this. But given the environment, we want to achieve the maximum scientific the achievement, and so we'll continue to make effort to enable to that.
よろしかったでしょうか。
Thank you very much. Did that respond to the question? Thank you. There was a comment written in the chat saying thank you very much. So WebEx freelancer Torishima-san, over to you. Torishiba, freelance writer, congratulations on the successful landing. So I am aware that this is a detailed point. In the release statement, a solar cell is not generating electricity. That's the current situation. So the meaning of this is that is it absolutely zero electricity being generated, or electricity is generated but it's not enough for operation? Could you please share with us the nuance of this sentence? Well, we haven't looked at numbers, so we cannot quantify this. Having said that, we understand that there is no electricity being generated, not enough electricity for continuing activities. That's what we hear from the team. Thank you very much. I have a follow-up question. You mentioned that at this point in time, solar cell hardware problem may be solved, or if the angle of the some changes, the situation may be improved. The solar cell itself is intact, but it is generating no electricity. Is it the issue around the posture or attitude? Do you have any evidence to make such a call or judgment? So you mentioned that this may not be a hardware problem. Do you have any evidence for that? What is the rationale? Thank you. On the orbital trajectory, including the solar cell, it is working appropriately. And also after the landing was made, it is very unlikely that damage was made to the solar cell only. The feature of SLIM is that it is a small, lightweight one, 700 kilograms, which is only about a small car weight. That's how the design and manufacturing and production was done. So it is a very compact one in terms of the equipment inside. So destroying or damaging the spacecraft when the solar cell only would be damaged, that is very unlikely. So we don't believe that it was a hardware damage because we cannot detect any damage to other parts of the spacecraft, and that's our thinking. Thank you. Thank you very much. Going forward, I'm looking forward to hearing some good news. Thank you.
WebEx の方ご質問
Does anyone participating through WebEx have additional questions? If you have a question, please indicate this. It seems none, so we'll go back to the venue. And the person with the hands up right at the end, yes. My name is Fujisaki from Power Network, producing TV programs. Congratulations for your success. Now, it is quite late in the night right now, but there could be children or young people who are interested in space or about the moon. But with this success, do you have any message, particularly for young people and children and young people? Well, for the details, we still have to analyze the data going forward. But as I have said, we have made a landing. We have been able to establish communication. So in that regard, we are relieved for now. The SLIM project, or what the JAXA ISS has always been saying, is landing on the moon itself is of a very difficult technology. And so doing something that is challenging like this, making efforts, making challenges to something that is not all that easy is very important. So that's the first point. And children who will be our future. I really do hope that children is going to try to make challenges to areas of interest, areas that one wants to engage in. Now, in the outer space area, there is intensive competition, but it's also an area where collaboration is essential. So this is an area that requires both competition and collaboration. And in that regard, the base technology, base knowledge, base know-how, unless you have that, unless you have these, it's difficult to engage in neither competition nor collaboration. So in that regard, going forward, we do want to, link with various countries in the future. And children who want to, be engaged with the countries outside Japan, then the know-how and experience that will become the basis of that kind of interaction, I think is very important. Now, at this point in time where we don't have accurate data, and so it may be too much for me to say this, but this is my thoughts at this point in time. Well, making preparation for the SLIM mission, I've spoken with many people, and someone said that no one on this earth has never seen a moon. So when children look up to the moon from tomorrow, And so Slim landed in that location of the moon that we said that we're going to land, and we made that landing. But why did Slim actually get there? And of course, there are a lot of reasons as to why Slim traveled there. And so we went there and we investigated the rocks there. And if we investigate those rocks, what will we come to learn? In terms of this type of a mission, it's not just taking a photo where we obtaining information, but we need to do a lot of things. But the Slim made a large step. So Slim went to the moon in that location, and what is it doing? You're able to expand your thinking from there. And if you actually think it in that way, then I think the success on this occasion ends up being very meaningful.
We'd like to welcome some more questions. Okay. The person in orange. Yes, please. NHK Mizuno. Earlier, as I heard you making comments, landing was successful and 100-meter landing is likely to have succeeded too. If the possibility is high, then I thought that you could look happier. But all of your faces look very serious. Why is that an answer? Because you really wanted to achieve extra success? Well, it's somewhat concerning that the solar cell is not working. It is not activated. So I am working most closely to the team, and first and foremost, we just want to know what's happened. So, including the president, we are just thinking about what a spacecraft is looking like, what sort of condition it finds itself in. So once we know, we will know the next step, because we are always thinking about the next step. So this kind of a situation is very tough for us. So rather than being happy about what's already happened, we are always thinking about the next step, and we don't have a full visibility about what the next step will be. That's tough for us. You're saying that there has been a success, but there are many steps going forward. So you're concerned about them? Yes, if we can work on a plan we've already made, then we'd be happier, but we don't know, so we just want to think about the next step, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, the person second row from the front. Nanai is my name from the Kyodo News. Now, on this occasion, the focus has been the vision-based navigation and the precision landing. But in regards to the vision-based navigation, has that gone well? Or will you not know this until you have identified the situation in regards to the pinpoint landing? And in regards to the two-step landing, you're still confirming as to whether we have achieved a success or not. That's correct. We have accurately traced, and we have actually traveled to the Seoul crater. And we have been able to show the data in real time, downrange, close range. We have been able to maintain very small number, and we have been able to trace the trajectory. And so in that regard, we do feel that vision-based navigation performed very well. In regards to the two-stage or two-step landing, we are still trying to analyze the situation, as you have indicated.
Thank you very much. Yes, the person over there. The person in the very front row. Asahi Shimbun newspaper, Tamaki. So the landing itself was confirmed 20 past midnight. Were you able to immediately confirm that the landing was made? And also, when did you find out that the solar cell was not working? Could you share with us the specific timings you made these findings? Thank you. As you could see in the real-time monitor, at the left top, there is a mode being indicated. So power descent mode and a vertical descent mode. And finally, moon landing mode such indications were made in that sequence. So the spacecraft was switching across these different modes autonomously, making a judgment. And then first 20 past midnight MLM indication was lit. So by looking at that, we were able to identify and recognize that the landing was made by the spacecraft. And then after that happened, if there was a stronger collision, then the spacecraft would have lost its function, losing signals and everything. But even after that, signals were continued to be sent. So we were certain that the soft landing was successful. And then immediately after the landing, then all sorts of checks took place. The temperature and the pressure of the equipment, were they in normal range? All teams analyzed that. And then electricity was not being generated from the solar cell. That report came that way. So the loss of electricity from the solar cell, that was immediately after the landing because the teams made the confirmation or checking work immediately after that.
Yes, person at the front here, please. My name is Matsuzawa from GG Press. So it landed that the attitude was incorrect, was not able to generate electricity. I think that was with the European, the horizontal landing fillet. I think similar thing had occurred. And I'd assume they had presumed something like this could occur. So in that regard, once the battery runs out, and the procedural thing, so when the battery runs out and the electricity is lost completely, are you going to just wait for that naturally, or are you going to implement some measures in the meantime and to maybe going into sleep mode? Well, and when the electricity or the power is lost, we do allow for the spacecraft to become inoperational. But after 2 weeks of nights, and if the spacecraft survives, then in 2 weeks' time, we will have 2 weeks of night. Then after the 2 weeks of night, there will be 2 weeks of day. And at that point in time, the sun will arrive at the solar panel. And so if the spacecraft survives the minus 200-degree nights, then in 2 weeks' time, it could revive again. So we did actually assume in the program of having to go through these cold nights. So the craft does have such a functionality. So we do have that kind of expectation. So it does have that kind of function. Before the battery runs out, are you going to do anything, any procedure? No, we're not assuming to do so at this point in time. Well, after the battery runs out and until it comes back, what type of mode would you call it? Is there any name given to a mode? So it's like a sleep mode? Well, I suppose it would be kind of a sleep mode. Then I have a request. I know you're involved in, tough times, and so it's several hours. So probably all the operations will be completed by the day today. So if you could make a press release or what had happened. So maybe, just a press release to say that the battery has run out. If you could make that kind of a press release, that would be appreciated. We'll consider.
Any other questions? Okay, now I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hands. And so we will take those questions and then we will give the floor to the WebEx participants. Okay, the person over there. Freelancer Otsuka. Currently, the condition of the lunar surface, so a Slim made the landing And then I believe that spot is more towards the morning. So where is the sun if you say what time it is? That would be appreciated. Okay. We cannot say an accurate number. We don't have such data available to make a response to that question. If I remember correctly, I believe that that spot is more of a morning. So if the spacecraft is in a vertical posture, and then if the cell, the solar power cell, is looking towards the west, then it's going to be a little bit after noon that the sunlight will shine on it. Is my understanding correct? Well, yes, we assume that there is such a possibility. And also earlier, to overcome the night, to spend the night, there may be a possibility that this will be successful. To be more specific, I believe you have some concerns about the battery and so on. What sort of functions do you have available to prepare for this kind of situation? Well, thank you. Well, SLIM's original purpose or main purpose is not to overcome the night. So we just have this wishful thinking that SLIM will be able to survive the night. If the light is on the solar cell, then the reception equipment will start working once again automatically, and then we can send a command from Earth to reawake the system. But it's not SLIM's main objective, so it's not a main function. But there is a possibility that this may be realized, and to leave such a possibility available, we have that function, though it's not the main function. Thank you very much.
Yes, the person I looked to, yes, as a second person. Yes, thank you. My name is Tanaka from Mainichi Shimbun, Mainichi newspaper. SLIM landed on the moon. Have you received any messages from overseas? Well, we have not received a kind of an official message as yet. We've been busy, so we have not been able to confirm. But just prior to their landing, I did actually receive a message from NASA, and someone, the chairperson of the scientific group in the U.S. SLIM was, I think, something that attracted a lot of interest in U.S. because size-wise, there is a CRISP service where it's a private sector service trying to go into the moon. So this is similar service in a sense. And so at that size, a good mission can be carried out. And we are adopting a different approach to the States. And so that's the reason why we have received a lot of interest. But after landing, I'm sure a lot of messages have been sent because my smartphone was very busy, but I haven't had time to look at it. But I think they were looking at the screen on the live stream, and they were sending message. And I would assume that the message is a congratulatory message, but I'm a little scared to look at it. But I just didn't have time to look at my smartphone.
Oh, yes, as a third person. Tokyo Tobimono Takai Okazawa. So the spacecraft signals are being received. What about the ground station situation? Is it NASA or Uchinoura that is being used? At the timing of the landing, the Japan base was used. And Uchinoura 34-meter and Usuda 64-meter were also operated. So the main station was Uchinoura station, and that's the station that was used when the landing took place. If that's the case, it's not Uchinoura, it's a goldstone that is being used. Yes, that's true. So the Japan base is no longer used. It is using overseas station. I don't remember off my head which station is being used right now.
Yes, the lady towards the back. My name is Sasaya from TV Kanagawa. I apologize for my question being very basic, but data analysis for a pinpoint landing would require a certain time, and in regards to the analysis of data concerning the current attitude of SLIM, I would require some time. But without the electricity from solar cell, the time required for data analysis, would that be affected in one way or another? Or that part is going along the original schedule? It is actually activity based on the original schedule, and this is separate from the functionality of the solar cell. So just analysis of our acquired data. And so in that regard, we're not impacted by the solar cell situation.
Thank you very much. The next question, please. Nikkei Shimbun newspaper, Kawahara. Today, to the media, materials were distributed, and then the images of the lunar surface were planned 1 hour later after the landing, and 4 hours later, the first LiDAR image from the camera was expected. And in relation to this, because of the solar cell, the images themselves were not taken, but or is it that the images had been indeed taken, but you are checking other situations, you are not doing that yet? And going forward, what sort of images will be made available by SLIM? Thank you for your question about the images because of the solar cell situation. We weren't able to, we will not be able to proceed with the original plan. My apologies. Having said that, in a few days' time, there is a possibility that SLIM has taken some data, so it'll be analyzed and some moon images may be shared with you. So it's not possible for us to provide such images within a couple of hours from now on, but in due course, I believe that we will be able to make some data available for you. Then is that the surface image of the moon and a SLIM image? Moon images taken by SLIM, and there is a possibility that Lev 1 and Lev 2 have taken some data, and a multi-band data, camera data may be shared with you. This is a possibility. Thank you very much.
And last, Ira-san here, right at the front. Maeda is my name from Nikkan Kogyo Shimbun. And congratulations on successful landing on the moon. In regards to the development of SLIM on this occasion, I understand that many Japanese companies were involved. And so I'm sure the Japanese companies have been very supportive. And I would like to ask for you to make a comment to those the companies who have provided support. Yes, many companies have contributed. And all those people involved for gathering today. And through the real-time outreach, I think we also had an opportunity to enjoy what was happening on-site. And space business or space project cannot be done by JAXA alone. So procuring and assembling and developing, and this also requires the efforts, the know-how, the knowledge, and all that from Japanese companies. And so in that regard, and also, not just the companies, but a lot of the teachers from university helped by providing their knowledge. So in that regard, we have received support from everyone throughout Japan, which has enabled this. I talked about Uchinoura, the Usuda. I talked about the antennas at those stations. And the local community has made effort to contribute towards the space initiatives, And so I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who have provided their support.
Well, thank you very much. From WebEx, if anyone has a question, we will be able to entertain 2 to 3 more questions. Anyone? From WebEx? Any questions? Please write your questions into the chat. Two reporters have written questions as their second questions, but I'd like to take questions from someone who's asking a question for the first time. If not, I'd like to give the floor to these two reporters who are asking questions for the second time. If any, please write your question into the chat. So, my apologies, Kyodo News, Sue-san. So it's not a voiced question, it is a written question, so let me read the question. So earlier, solar cell is not a functional, and you said that this is your concern. Based upon this situation, the landing itself was successful, but going forward about the lunar exploration and landing technology to develop this even further, what sort of challenges have you identified and what sort of issues would you like to overcome? Please. Well, we try to increase the precision or accuracy in making landing. Soft landing on the moon itself was the very first attempt by JAXA as well as ISAS. So hard landing had been made or realized a few times in the past, but this time around this was a challenge because it was soft landing, and then there are many difficult issues and challenges we need to overcome. We recognize them once again more frequently and more sustainably so that we can transport things to the moon. Then we have to achieve higher precision landing technology, and we are feeling this once again firsthand. So we try to obtain even more technologies. We want to increase the accuracy in our technology, such our landing technology should become more accurate and precise. And by doing so, not just to the moon, but also to Mars, landing will be possible. This is within our scope of work, so we'd like to make certain of such achievements. What I wish to say earlier is that the battery end doesn't mean the end of the mission. So I want to think about what sort of next steps can be taken. Of course, beyond the SLIM, there will be the next mission, but at the same time, the battery ending doesn't mean a SLIM ending, so that we can identify specific steps. We first of all want to know what sort of situation SLIM finds itself in. So we want to spend the time available for us to grasp the situation, to get the data we have to await. So we cannot put smiles on our faces as yet because we are just wanting to see the next information. The end of the battery doesn't mean the end of SLIM mission. We just want a time, an opportunity to think about the next steps and then about what's beyond SLIM. My colleague had already discussed that for you. Thank you.
Sue-san has also written in, thank you. Yamanami-san from Yomiuri Shimbun. Yamanami from Yomiuri Shimbun here. And in the Q&A before, confirmation of landing and confirmation that the solar cell was not generating. You have been able to confirm that relatively early, but the start of the press conference took quite a long time. So was that something that made judgment difficult? And also, from the Japanese perspective, from the lunar exploration, so following Kaguya, and we have been able to realize lunar landing. and we have been able to return to the moon. And so could I have your comment in reflection of that as well, please? Well, I do apologize for the fact that we were late in starting the press conference. Well, we are trying to analyze and interpret the data acquired. So that did actually take more time than we had wanted. And that was the reason why we needed more time to have been able to start the press conference, and I very much apologize for that. Now, we have returned to the moon, but going forward, we do have a LUPEX plan and the LEAD plan, and we have the crewed, the pressurized rover, the exploration towards the moon. We do have various plans in mind, and also towards the Artemis program. We have selected candidates for astronauts. So, as indicated by these, towards the moon and the expansion of activities on the lunar surface, we are in the midst of the going through the steps, and so we want to build up on the momentum towards these endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is one more question from our WebX Tokyo Television, Televi Tokyo, please. TV Tokyo, Miyazaki-san, would you voice your question, please? Miyazaki-san, we cannot hear you. It seems that they are struggling to state the question verbally, so the question has been typed into the chat. Let me read it. This is a basic question. I'm afraid if solar power generation has been possible, then how long would the operation be, and what is your satisfaction level if you quantify it, please? In theory, during the day, from the solar cell, power can be used and activities would be possible. But another issue is that during the day, the temperature is more than 100 degrees Celsius, and the equipment temperature goes up along with the surface temperature of the moon. Then chips or semiconductors will lose their functionalities at about 100 degrees Celsius. So if the temperature situation deteriorates, then the equipment would be broken, especially electronics and so on would be dysfunctional. So we don't know unless we actually do it. That is the level of certainty we enjoy. If the equipment lasts or survives for a few days, that is good enough for us. That was our outlook. So thank you very much.
Thank you. There was one more question from WebEx, from Mori-san. Mori-san from Nikkei Business. Please go ahead. This is Mori from Nikkei Business. Thank you for this opportunity. Now, how to utilize the successful outcome on this occasion? You have mentioned competition and collaboration a number of times already, but in terms of collaboration, how to collaborate? And are you going to wait as JAXA to be invited to projects by other countries or other companies, or are you going to be proactive in trying to sell what we have ourselves, or is there already a kind of a technology collaboration agreement? If you have something like that, please let us know. Well, at this point in time, it's not the case that we have a specific project of providing this technology. There is nothing that we can talk of at this point in time. However, from the perspective of international collaboration and towards the overseas the space agencies and the space agencies from around the world are creating missions together by offering respective technologies. And so we want to, deal in those initiatives proactively as well. But at this point in time, we don't have any project we are able to mention at this point in time. Thank you. And I would like to add a little bit. Artemis program is a program to explore the moon and the Mars with the collaboration of various countries. Astronauts are at the center, attracting a lot of attention. But what the Artemis program is saying is to have a lot of people engage and participate to explore the moon and the Mars. And so the missions could be small, but we need to create a system to enable meaningful the outcome. And that was what we have aimed for. And I don't know whether we will take the initiative or not, but when you look at the outcome on this occasion, the people would consider this to be positive, leading to international collaboration. For those new countries wanting to get involved in the space exploration, we want to collaborate. And that is my thoughts, thinking about various things at the ISIS. That's my thought. Thank you. By the way, if that should happen, would there be income for JAXA? Well, not a monetary income. It could be international reputation in one sense. But if we do something together, and if great the observation, the equipment was provided for Japanese the scientists to be able to make access. So there are various aspects in the deal, but it's not a cash income per se. But I think slim on this occasion, and people praising this, considering it to be worthwhile, is priceless, really.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to conclude taking questions from WebEx, and now turning to the venue once again. Well, I could see so many hands in the air. First comes first. Okay, so we will take 5 more questions, and then that's the end of the press conference. Yes, please. Hayashi, a freelancer writer, thank you very much for this opportunity today. Earlier, Dr. Kuninaka said that the planned orbit was traced, trajectory was traced, and acceleration was traced, so everything was very smooth, and a pinpoint landing was more or less successful. What about the final hovering when the vertical descent was made? I thought that the final 2 to 3 meters was somewhat fast. About the vertical descent until the landing, were you somewhat uncomfortable about the posture of the spacecraft, which may have led to the issue this time around? Did you see any signs about this? Well, thank you. I wasn't able to identify that myself because I didn't have data available, so I couldn't. I had no recognition. I didn't see what you had seen. Well, halfway through acceleration and a planned trajectory trace, you were seeing that? Yes, but you just talked about some impression about the final couple meters. I didn't have that. What about Dr. Fujimoto? So my heart is pounding. So I am impressed that you were looking at that. And so we will obtain data going forward, so want to make a verification. What was your impression when you saw the final couple meters? So during that operation from overseas, I was being interviewed by overseas. So I was, in a way, confused. I didn't notice that if I respond simply. So why did you say that you were impressed that you noticed that, or I was just awed at your observation? So now the reason why we are getting so much data, trying to obtain so much data, is because of what we want to do. Thank you. Another question is that Pinpoint landing was pretty much successful, and then Dr. Yamakawa said that this would become a world first achievement, and then 100-meter precision pinpoint landing is really the first feat and achievement in the world, because I did some research in Apollo 12 in the Cabinet Office materials. 163 meters landing was successful. I was able to find some materials. But was that not intentional? It just happened to be 163 meters. So are you saying that this intended pinpoint landing is the very first achievement in the world? Is that what you meant? Well, that's my knowledge to try to respond to your question accurately. So could anyone follow up? So yes, intended 100-meter precision in landing was the first achievement by Slim. So this is amazing if it's the first achievement in the world. Yes, that's our understanding. Thank you very much.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Yes, the person there. My name is Kanda from GG Press. Until the Slim the spacecraft structure was decided, a lot of simulation and experiment must have been conducted. But as a consequence, so the time bench, maybe the attitude was not the right in the end. But what were the potential risks that you had identified and you have recognized boulder on the surface? Based on a Kaguya data, you were able to identify, but in terms of the spacecraft stability, something that may have had impact, like a gray zone, the large rocks or something like that. Was something like that identified as a risk initially? Well, Kaguya data or the U.S. satellite or the U.S. spacecraft data, all these were utilized, put together, and to target near the COD crater. And that is what we had done. And so the utmost effort that we could have made have been injected to choose the location of landing and develop the spacecraft to enable that. We feel that we have done everything we can and all the methods, all the efforts we could. And if there was anything that was insufficient from our perspective, we are trying to, ascertain that by gathering data and by analyzing the data. So please give us a little more time in that regard.
Yes, thank you very much, the person at the back. And please wait for the microphone. Freelance Akiyama. Thank you. Now the data downlink is proceeding, and the Slim data will include so much information. But separately from that, when making an attempt to the lunar surface by various countries and NASA and so on are also providing precious images. In terms of Slim, are you going to provide information to other countries, and because of the error or data, is there going to be additional insight?
Hi.
Well, thank you very much for your question. So data taken by Slim will be a very local data. Well, I cannot really respond to this question directly, but what we can share the most is that when attempting a pinpoint landing, we get experiences that can be shared. So rather than data itself, it is about the operational know-how that we will be able to share. So Slim will get know-how and a surely greater detailed data not really the data itself, but it's more about how to capture the data to make a pinpoint landing. The experience or know-how itself is what we can share. I'm afraid I didn't fully understand your question. So LRO going forward, slim landing spot images will be shared and so on to understand the situation of the spacecraft and so on. For example, you will know the attitude and the positioning, posture of the spacecraft. Yes, we will only have a chance every 1 month because of the orbit condition. Now, once data is made available, the posture or attitude can be recovered and recreated, and we will be able to see that. So now we are in the learning process. Yes, you're right. And so once the data has to be recreated and then LOR has to be checked, but it doesn't happen immediately. It's not going to be in the immediate future. Yes, that's right.
So Ito-san towards the back, starting with the back. Ito-san. This is Ito from Sankei News paper. I apologize for asking questions while you're quite tired, but simple confirmation. So right now, solar cell is not generating electricity. That's the situation. But prior to making the landing, so solar cell was operating normally without any problem. Is that right? Yes. Prior to making the landing, SPM was the indication, some pointing mode, and that's the mode for the solar cell pointing to the sun. There was no warning, and so I do believe that the solar cell was functioning well, and so the solar cell issue had occurred after landing. That's without question. Yes, that is what we think, and so. I think it was proceeding in line with the plan, but you didn't mention this in the release. So the start of the descent start as scheduled at the midnight on the dot 0000. Is that right? Yes.
Yes, Akusaka-san, please. JS Science for Akusaka. This is my second question about the solar cell. So looking at the overview once again, of configuration, there is just one phase or one surface like a shell of a turtle, just one side of the aircraft. So perhaps you could have put solar cells on other sides of the spacecraft. I believe that there are some design restraints and so on. Could you share with us the reason why solar panels are only one side or face of the spacecraft? The reason why I'm asking this is because of the past many years, SLIM has been underway, and then looking at the CG provided by JAXA, of course, this is only a 2D diagram, so I somewhat remember that there was an version which had solar cells on all sides of the aircraft, so perhaps that would have been helpful. So could you please explain as to why you ended up with this configuration? Yes, you're right. Through the history of the development, configuration has changed many times. As you rightly pointed out, at the beginning it was a cylinder-type spacecraft, and around the cylinder there was a spin axis, there was a spin mode type spacecraft, and then we made some further considerations. Then for the two-step landing, we opted for this particular approach, and as a result, this type of flat spacecraft was what we opted for. Two-step landing approach was what we chose, which changed the configuration to a great deal, and solar panel body mount type cylinder type model was abandoned, and now we have this kind of a turtle shell solar cell type of model. We made that change. So body mount a cylinder body getting solar cells around it, whatever direction light comes from, partial power generation would be possible, which is a benefit. But then there is a side which doesn't receive any sunlight, then there will be a loss of power generation efficiency. About 1/3 will be lost. So it'll only be 1/3 of the benefit compared with the situation when all the power or solar cells are functioning. But if there is only one side which carries solar cells receiving sunlight and being fully operational, which is very efficient, this is very effective. So with a small amount of solar cells necessary, electricity can be generated. Such benefit was expected. So this was really a trade-off. We wanted to make the spacecraft lightweight because that was one of the objectives of slim. So as a result of such trade-off, cylinder body was changed to the turtle shell shape body. And then because of the combination with the two-step landing, we opted for this particular method. So not necessarily it's sometimes good to put solar power cells across the spacecraft, or putting that on only one area is sometimes good. So there is no right answer. We just decided to opt for this option. For slim, there are also design parameters, and as a result of making each decision, we ended up with this model. So design concept or thinking, because of the slim concept, rather than trying to be on the safe side by having solar cells all over the place, just choosing one area was more ideal. That was part of your design thinking. Thank you. Yes, that's the case. Thank you very much.
So we do have time constraints. I'd like to limit the last question to someone asking questions, someone who has not asked question yet. There are two people. Okay, so the person at the front to go first, please. My name is Ishikura from Asahi Shimbun. Now, this press conference, Sakai-san was to attend this initially. The fact that he is not attending is because he was to prioritize the data downlinking, right? Yes. Yes, myself too. I was a little bit concerned the fact that you don't look all that happy. Now, Kuninaga-san, of this slim operation, if you were to score this, how would you score? And what score out of what score? Well, I am the Director General of ISIS JAXA, and so the staff tend to dislike me for the fact that I tend to make rather harsh comment. So if you could have that in mind when I give my score, and my score is 60 out of 100, so it's a pass mark just.
Yes, the person at the back. Yomiuri Shimbun newspaper, Kato. Thank you. Just to confirm regarding Lev 1 and Lev 2. Lev 2 is working through Lev 1. So they are working normally. Were you able to confirm that they were taking images as well? Or anything that's already being confirmed, or any timing in the future, you know, that confirmation can be made. The only thing we were able to confirm is that the signals are being received for Lev 1 and Lev 2, and within those signals, what sort of data are included. We are still performing analysis, so whether or not we have the images we cannot make a judgment as yet. We will need several more days to make such a judgment, and we'll be able to tell you. Regarding Lev 2, is it functional? Is it working? Regarding Lev 2, it is working through Lev 1. We have to analyze some images through Lev 1. So whether or not Lev 2 is working at this point in time, we cannot make a call. At least Lev 1 is working. We were able to confirm that. I believe that this is more accurate language. My follow-up question would be is that when landing was made and looking at telemetry, there is some 3D, and then it was sort of sinking into the ground to some extent. Some people were saying that was that because there was a gap between the expectation and reality. Do you believe that this could have impacted the landing? Well, thank you very much. This is another thing that we need to analyze together with others, and there is a margin of error in terms of the data we had already had. So it did look like the indication was that it had sunk into the ground. But if it was fully indicated in the system or not, this is something we have to look into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so we have the times constraints. And so with this, I would like to conclude the press conference. Thank you, everyone, for participating. And also those people participating through WebEx, thank you very much for your many questions. And also for those people viewing the press conference through the YouTube JAXA channel, thank you very much for watching, despite having to wait for quite a long time. So now in conclusion, we'd like to declare the press conference concluded. Thank you very much.